community, damage the lives of more people, and then end up back at us for even longer, meaning we've got to spend even more vast quantities of money, keeping these people in prison, because it costs a lot of fucking money to have somebody in prison. So it seems to me it's a little bit like that. If you have, a system of resolving problems that's very much, positively oriented, that is around rehabilitating people, teaching them the right behaviors, holding them to that, having good systems for accountability, and, rewarding people actually doing the right thing, and, going back out and being better for their community. From what I understand anyway, the levels of people, redoing crime are lower in some of those Nordic prison systems than they are in some of the more punitive, more punishment-oriented prison systems, perhaps like those found in the UK and the US. Now, that is certainly a thing where, taking a cursory glance at that, seen a few YouTube documentaries and things like that on either side, but certainly it seems like a principle that stands to reason. And it's always that thing of, as humans, we have this very innate desire for vengeance. In many cases, right? When somebody does something wrong, often people are like, well, we want to fucking burn it for doing that terrible thing. But then it's like, well, if all that really causes is a higher level of people redoing their crime, or, their bad act, that causes more problems, and perhaps in a criminal justice system, puts them back into prisons, therefore costing taxpayers even more money, well, we have to do what is, and people took the piss out of me for the amount of times I've said pragmatic recently, but we have to do what's pragmatic and what actually works based on evidence. And I guess I would say that a situation where this Frederick Wester guy can... Now, I would say, look, if he did something super, super bad, and, especially if it's of, a sexual nature or something, then there is more of a case for, alright, as CEO, and really... that's, in positions of power, because how can I really trust? But assuming that this is a more routine workplace, absolutely workplace incident, but, a more routine one, then perhaps one that could actually be of a criminal nature, because obviously sexually harassing people, it's not a thing. It's not a thing to be doing. Then there should be a path where this is a guy who can make some mistakes, genuinely repent for those, and try to work to effect some change. In the same way that you always see those stories of people who maybe they fell into gangs or into drugs or into things like that. They end up doing their time in prison, come out the other side, and they decide, well, okay, I'm now going to work with the community and try to help people not repeat my mistakes. That's something that's like an aspirational story. It's something that I think thematically many humans are like, well, that is what you want to see. So I think that's why we need to not just completely shut people out as soon as there is one offense. But that depends. Offense repeated, if there is a pattern of repeating that behavior after it's been acknowledged, and people say, okay, I'll change, honest. So yeah, that's basically the situation.
Yeah, the difficult part of that, I find, is the accountability over time.
Yeah.
Because a lot of this stuff actually happens as part of the news cycle. So it'll explode in this, and it kind of reminds me of what happened with Riot, where there's been, Riot exploded over the sexual harassment cases, and everyone was absolutely nailing them constantly. But as soon as the story died down, there's been I haven't seen a follow-up talked about since, I think there was a follow-up a year later, but I haven't seen any other talk about it whatsoever. It's kind of the same thing with Activision Blizzard, where you can trust people, or you can trust an organization to undergo reform, solve all the problems that they do, be better on the other side, but that requires accountability, that requires a repeated look. And it's kind of on, especially in the game industry, it's kind of on the consumers and the industry itself to kind of keep an eye on these things and try them again and again.
Yeah.
But it's difficult for them to actually do that, because you would need people employed to do this. So it's one of the things where I hope that a lot of the games journalists in the current market, in the current way things are going, will take that upon themselves to do a follow-up in the next 6 months, in the next year. Keep in touch with people at Paradox to hey, has Wester got up to anything in the past, like since he came back? So that's that kind of thing where we need to just sort of, as a collective, keep an eye on all this stuff and make sure no one's stepping too far out of lines.
And that's why it's good that his statement. It's like if he goes back in that statement, employees will be like, "Well, that was a lie," and then they will, well, hopefully go to the press, and then we'll find out.
It's an extension, or it's a slightly different flavor of the same story we've seen everywhere else. Where I think this is the first person who's actually come back to a place and actually, apologized, but still ended up in a bar. But at least this one's, an actual proper, I literally did something wrong. Because you look at the actors in Blizzard, no one who's still there has engaged in wrongdoing. That is like public knowledge.
Yeah, and actually, I imagine that if this was something super serious, like, like a sexual angle, he wouldn't be CEO. Surely he wouldn't be CEO if that was a known about thing that he can then go and tweet about.
Exactly.
Which,
that's why I don't put too much stock in the kind of, oh, he's hiding what he actually did kind of thing. Because all of the language, I mean, this is literally just a vibe I get from the language, which is extremely subjective. But it seems to me like he, especially, like, the language is very full of shame, as far as I can see it. And obviously, as a CEO, he's probably smart enough to speak how he wants to speak and get across the point he wants to make. But it reads to me like he is genuinely ashamed of it. And, like, the action itself, he didn't want to go into detail because, if I had to guess, I would say he was likely, a little bit inappropriate and maybe a little bit forward in someone. And then maybe even after a bit too, and then he's apologizing afterwards.
Well, was that a work? Like, it was at a work meeting. So, like, I think about what happens in the context of a work, of a work meeting, right? And it was like a company-wide conference. So if that's the sort of thing, is that, a conference as in, I don't know if it's called ParadoxCon, but, is that like, some sort of, we're doing a gathering of our team and, it's going to be a little bit celebratory, a little bit of a party or something? Or is this like, oh yeah, it's a big company-wide conference, can't fit it in the conference room, so it's more of an all-hands meeting. We don't exactly know. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. I think that's basically where to leave this story, and we'll see if we can follow up as well. And again, like if you're running around Paradox, let us know. Hopefully this all turns out the best for the staff, and ultimately what is best for the staff is also best for the customers, because if people are in a shitty situation, it's going to make their whole life worse. And that's obviously, it's a complete lose-lose, and we don't want lose-loses to be going on. So that's it. That's it for us. Let us know what you think. See you next time.
Gifted my people 1,000 years of suffering. eyes of Nidhogg.
Aye. The worm lies broken and my father is avenged. With the wellspring of his vitality thus denied him. But behold the terrible price we have paid. My sire is dead. So many brother knights slain. We traded our honor for the strength which now courses in our veins. And
But not in vain, my lord. Hraesvelgr is the with Nidhogg's eyes, it...
Nay, my friend. I must forsake the mantle of king. Though Nidhogg be defeated, as one who partook of Ratatoska's strength, it shall be my penance to bear a knight's arms until death grants me leave to retire. When that day comes, no prince shall perish, but a hell's-bound hunter of dragons.
But Lord Haldreth, what then shall become of the royal line?
Think of your people, my lord. Without a king, who will the common man turn to in his hour of need? How will he find his way without your benevolent hand to guide him?
I thank you, Sir Flavian and Sir Silvertrill, for dispelling my remaining doubts. With men of such wisdom and compassion in service to the realm, 'tis plain that Ishgard has no need of a king. But if you must bow to the demands of tradition, you need look no further than yourselves for one worthy to wear the crown. Fare thee well, my brother knights, my loyal friends. On these shoulders shall I bear the weight of my father's sins.
What cruel jest has fate played upon us? Have we seized this desperate victory only to lose a king?
We can but act as our lord has bid. We few who remain must divide between us the rulership of Ishgard and her people.
Not I. My oath was to Lord Haldreth, and he alone. If he is not to be king, then I would hang up my shield as well.
Will you abandon us too, sir?
I would wash my hands of blood and betrayal, and take...
We four, then.
Forton, Hylanat, Dyrendare, and Zemile. But 4 houses to rule all of Ishgard.
And what of the throne?
We keep it empty until the day a king rises once more. We shall shape our nation anew with a history of our...
What ails you, friend? Are
Are you wounded? You have borne witness to history. And King Thordan. In the midst of their journey, they... Though the brave king was slain defending his people, his son, Haldrath, the first Azure Dragoon, fought on undaunted. And with a mighty thrust of his lance, he gouged out Nidhogg's eye, forcing the wicked creature into retreat. Thus, did this eldritch orb become a sacred treasure of Ishgard, lending its power to every knight deemed worthy to bear the title of Azure Dragoon. A rousing tale, is it not? Would that I could still believe it. But your vision, which we must accept as immutable truth, leaves no room for doubt, save on one point. If Haldrath took both of Nidhogg's eyes, then how came this eye to be lodged in the worm's... Beneath every answer we unearth, 'twas a fierce battle, but one I knew we would win. Your fame is well deserved, warrior of light. Full proud am I to have fought at your side. I would fain return with all swiftness to Ishgard to inform the Lord Commander of our triumph. But we must first have words with Hraesvelgr. There are parts of this tale that... moment I prized your eye from his head.
It was yours. Your...
Would that Haldreth had dealt the worm a killing blow.
And so you acquiesced. You surrendered your eye.
This one son an shin in kin in. Ratan in a. Esclos misek a. Liz esk an gaan. I'm fire. Kolum an. Tonlos in escla. Kas echi
'Twas my life's goal to slay Nidhogg. But I find there is little joy to be had in its accomplishment.
But you have rid the world of a hate-filled creature, and ended a bloody war in so doing.
I lost my family.
I will not judge you for your deeds. I have not the right. Too many innocents have perished in the name of my greater good.
Yet even with all that has passed, we are short a great worm's eye. Of the pair which Haldreth took from Nidhogg, only one is known to us, the one I bear. What then became of the other? Why did Nidhogg, who had taken such pains to prolong the Dragonsong War, suddenly decide to hurl his entire army against the walls of Ishgard? Lord Commander. Aye. The deed is done. Nidhogg is slain. What? At once, Lord Commander. Hold firm till our return. Fighting has broken out in the city. Lord Emmerich was sparse with the particulars, but it seems some commoners threw open the gates to a force of heretics.
I gave no order to attack.
Are we to mark the end of the Dragonsong War by spilling the blood of our own? Mayhap Hraesvelgr was right about us. Let us away, Warrior of Light. The people must be saved from themselves.
Wait! I would join you! There has been enough violence. I will
Come then.
A small army of heretics has invaded the city, Your Eminence. But there is no cause for concern. A sizable contingent of our soldiers is already in place to repel the Dravanian assault, and the intruders will soon find themselves outnumbered and outmatched.
Our plans proceed apace, then?
Yes, Your Eminence. This unrest shall serve to feed the people's fear of the heretics and the dragons both.
And lend renewed fervor to their prayers for deliverance. Very good. Grant our guests what time they need to sow a measure of chaos, then order the Temple Knights to crush them.
Your will be done.
The moment is at hand. Excellent. All shall soon be in alignment. It is time for the Bringer of Light.
Comrades, sheathe your swords! There is no need for further bloodshed!
My lady!
She is come! Hear me, brothers and sisters! The war is ended! Nidhogg is no more! It is so! This adventurer and the Azure Dragoon laid the Great Worm low! The endless cycle of violence between man and dragon was born of our forefathers' treachery. You have followed me, bled with me, to bring this truth to light that we might all know peace. But Nidhogg is dead. Nidhogg is dead, my friends! He who bore such hatred towards Ishgard is dead! Let his hatred die with him, I say! Let us sheathe our swords and go in peace!
Have we lost?
No, my friend. Far from it. At long last, the peace for which we have so desperately fought is within our grasp. And I, for one, would not forsake it. Peace?
Seize the witch! Let none escape!
Providing aid and succor to the wounded should be our first concern. If the heretics mean to observe the peace, then it would be folly not to do the same.
Praise Halone, you are safe.
My safety was never in doubt, Father, for I had the Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light by my side. We bring the most wonderful tidings.
The infamous Lady Iceheart, here in Ishgard? This is most unexpected.
She has done much to quell the violence. The Inquisition may not approve, but we are glad of her presence.
And with the Great Worm's demise, even our nation's more reactionary elements will have scant grounds to press for her immediate impeachment.
My thoughts exactly.
What of the truth revealed to us by Hraesvelga? That the origins of the Dragonsong War, a core tenet of Ishgardian faith, are quite unlike those depicted in the scriptures.
That men and dragons once lived together in harmony, and that it was man's treachery which shattered the peace.
The same scripture also describes the origins of the High Houses. Were it exposed as false, the legitimacy of our rule would be called into question. If both Highborn and Lowborn can trace their ancestry to Thordan and his Knights 12.
But a single sip of dragon's blood is required to confirm their lineage.
If the Holy See knew of this and chose to remain silent, their crimes are grievous indeed. Regardless, this state of affairs cannot be allowed to continue.
Sir Emmerich, you cannot mean to raise this matter with the Archbishop.
Pray consider what you are proposing. If the Holy See chose to conceal the truth for centuries...
At best, you will be branded a heretic and clapped in irons.
Then at least the Archbishop will have shown his true colors. My friends, this war will never truly be at an end until the truth is made known. You must see what lies on the horizon if it is not. When ruled by fear of a common enemy, we were united. But now we have none. During the war, the Highborn needed men to lead, and the Lowborn men to follow. Not anymore. 'Tis but a matter of time before the old order is called into question. Lady Iceheart will share the truth with her followers, and the Holy See will be powerless to stop its spread. The disenfranchised will rise up united, and a divided Ishgard will not survive.
Tread carefully, Lord Commander.
My lady, is it wise to let him go? I sympathize with the Lord Commander's desire for reform, but to approach the Archbishop in this manner
Though he comports himself as a realist, he has long dreamt of reform. 'Twas that idealism which first drew me to him. That which made me swear an oath to serve. We must not think of ways to hinder his cause, but rather ways to aid it, even should the Holy See cry heresy.
You cannot mean...
If the Lord Commander does not return from the vault at the appointed hour, I mean to go and fetch him.
Have care, my lady. Your words border on treason. Should they reach the wrong ears, you will be declared an enemy.
That is a risk I am willing to take. Lest you forget, my lord, I am not born of this land. My loyalty is to the Lord Commander alone. But I speak only of what may come to pass. If the rumors regarding his heritage are to be believed, we have naught to fear.
Lies and slander.
Forgive me, what rumors are these?
That Sir Emmerich is the Archbishop's bastard son. Senior clergy are not permitted to marry and sire children. But even the holiest among us are not immune to temptation.
I labor to believe it. Sir Emeric is truly the Archbishop's son.
He has never been publicly acknowledged as such, but the rumors have plagued him since childhood. That he rose to his current position, despite being despised as a bastard and accused of profiting from his father's influence, bespeaks the quality of his character. It is my hope that on this occasion, the burden of his birth will work in his favor. Should our worst fears be realized, the Archbishop will not be so quick to execute his own flesh and blood, affording us time to mount a rescue.
Bastard or trueborn, he is our nation's best hope. If the Holy See dares to threaten him, I shall lead the charge against the Vault myself.
Hear, hear! The future of Ishgard rests on Sir Emeric's shoulders. I too will do mine utmost to aid his cause.
Orshafon, be reasonable.
A knight lives to serve, Father. To aid those in need. The people need Sir Emeric more than ever, and we may be his only hope. There is no greater calling for a knight than to save the life of his fellow man. I swear to you, on the sigil of our house, that I shall do this and make you proud.
Even you? Romantic, reckless fools, the lot of you. So be it. Make your preparations.
I thank you all for your support.
Where do you think you're
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
What's going on here?
What's it to you, boy?
Hold on. I've seen them around. They're in and out of House Fourtomps Manor all the time.
Oh, I see. Skulking about at your highborn master's bidding, eh? Bloodhounds hoping to catch a whiff of heresy, is that it?
You are quite mistaken, I assure you. We came here to help. And if you know what's good for you, you will let us pass.
Haha! Listen to the pups yapping. Come...
Enough! Leave threatening women and children to our betters. We don't have the knack.
Hilda!
Lay a finger on the Blue Blood's pups, and you're like to lose the hand. And often I get called on by glorious heroes like yourself. So tell me, what have I done to deserve you? So, while you're on your way to kill Nidhogg, you stumbled on some dirty secrets.
Eh? What are they on about?
The High Houses. And what makes a nobleman so bleeding noble? They trace their blood back to King Thordan and his Knights 12, the founders of Ishgard. But our friends here reckon we're all descended from the heroes of Eld. Highborn and lowborn alike. And so Sir Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, has gone to ask the Archbishop if he wouldn't mind letting it...
Is he simple? The old bastard will have him execute?
Well, seems to me that's what the good sir wants. Seems he thinks a noble sacrifice will serve to prove his claims.
We cannot stand idly by and allow Sir Emmerich to do this. Ishgard has need of him.
Look, you've a good heart, I can see that. Willing to risk your neck for someone else even when his troubles ain't yours. But what's this got to do with me?
If Sir Emmerich is imprisoned in the vault, we will need all the help we can muster to breach their defenses and rescue him.
What in the hell's...
Ah, the unmistakable scent of heresy. And what do we have here? The honored guests of House Fortom consorting with the Queen of Rats. Ooh, plotting insurrection, I shouldn't wonder. Sickness is wont to fester and spread. It must be burnt out ere the infection takes hold.
I reckon Sir would be happy to wield the irons himself. Well, so happens I've got irons of my own.
Such simple creatures, rats. Certain to attack when cornered. Let us step outside, milady. In here your toys could hurt someone. You disgust me. Guide my sword! the Rex! There's no denying your gifts. A well-deserved reputation indeed.
Enough!
Lucky bat.
Nay, 'tis we who are lucky. Had we fought on, 'twas but a matter of time before our conflict claimed the life of an innocent bystander.
I thought the Heavens Ward...
They came to the Temple Knights' headquarters.
Aye. Sir Grinno announced that the Lord Commander had been imprisoned under suspicion of heresy, and that the Heavens Ward had been granted full authority in his stead.
Then the Heavens Ward now commands the Temple Knights.
Those still loyal to Sir Emmerich answer to me. Alas, that amounts to but half our number. The other half, who opposed his promotion to Lord Commander, have gathered...
Bolstering the guard already, eh? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were expected.
I take it you're in charge around here?
Hilda. And yes, the young master was just persuading me to join his lost cause. Convincing little beggar, isn't he? Your passion moved me. A bit. That, and the fact that we're sick of living off the leavings of our... If you've a mind to change things around here, then we've a mind to join you.
I'll cut you to pieces! I will not yield to you!
filthy rats! Be gone with you! Sickness must be purged! Be gone with you! And now the final cut! This will be a mercy. You disgust me. Sickness must be purged. Be gone with you! Sickness must be purged. Sickness must be purged. Be gone with you! Sickness must be purged.
Our power! How can this be? Fall back!
Please! We were not too late, my friend!
Why must you do this, Father? Nidhogg is fallen. There is no need for further deception. Now is the time to renounce the lies which led us down this path. To start anew!
And tear down the very pillars of our society? Our history? Our values? Everything we have built over 1,000 years? A fool to the last.
Look out!
Go. Asisla awaits.
Lord Orchefort!
You are unharmed? Forgive me. I could not bear the thought of... Oh, do not look at me so. A smile better suits a hero.
Well then, what if your government
A
just
knight
decided
lives to
that
serve,
games
to
are going to be slow for a bit?
protect.
That seems to be what's going on for Chinese gamers, and the entire situation around this is quite interesting, especially
Leave me to
in the context
mourn and
of
give chase
both large Chinese
for my
companies,
son
Tencent,
and for the nation he
investing in the
loved.
West, then also
Go!
other companies like, say, Xbox and PlayStation trying to move into China, into that market. So let's get into this. Chinese regulators slow new game approvals amid ongoing government crackdown.
His sacrifice
where
shall not be forgotten.
They've actually slowed approvals for new online games. Now, this is something you might not get if you're not aware of what goes on in this market. A game has to be approved by the government for you to launch it, right? That's the way it works with game approvals. So if game approvals are slowed, that means that games will come out slower in this territory. Now, earlier on, there were versions of the story that incorrectly stated that new approvals of games had been suspended indefinitely, which was basically saying, hello, we're just pausing games in China for a minute. That's not what's going on. But it is something that has been slowed in its new government measures to curb game addiction in the country. This strategy has emerged following a meeting between authorities and gaming firms like Tencent and NetEase, who certainly are not coming off great here, right? They are humongous companies, and they saw their market value tumble, spending $60 billion during an overnight stock sell-off, but Kotaku pointed out is at 8 Bethesda's of value. So that's how much undoubtedly it'll bounce back a little bit, because whenever there's a massive stock sell-off, sometimes that means that people can sort of buy in at a discount. But certainly, for anybody looking at the fundamentals of gaming in the domestic Chinese market, you see games are being slowed down. That's obviously not going to be great for the market. And then you see, the limitations being placed on minors, 1 hour a day on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then you think, well, does that mean that those minors will be less likely to become big future gamers because the game curve potentially is the like, or maybe they're finding a passion in that hobby, right? That's obviously going to take them especially as those minors, grow up and turn into potentially users, right? So that's obviously bad for these companies. Now, what's funny about those 1 hour gaming restrictions is that already there are platforms appearing offering minors the opportunity to rent an adult's online game for $5 an hour. A bit much for what you're getting there, but if you want to play games, I guess that's what you've got to do. Not that you really will be able to for that long, because Tencent have already launched a number of lawsuits against the account grantor platforms, and of course, facial recognition is on the horizon, so you can't spoof it because they need your face. Who knows? I mean, I'm sure the facial recognition could be spoofed, but it's obviously a losing game if you track that ahead on time. And again, a situation where, because the party does essentially have absolute power, well, they can sort of just do what they want, and these big companies will have to put all of their resources into being compliant, or else, they'll lose out in a humongous market. So yes, in a meeting, presumably the same one that birthed the slowdown in approvals, government officials directed industry representatives to avoid a solitary focus on profit. Which I suppose you could say that this is saying, okay, maybe those blue boxes and some of those psychologically aware design considerations are not what we want you to be doing. So authorities are arguing that a sole focus on money could lead games companies to create mechanics that promote addiction in minors. Now, it's the sort of thing where I could see that being a broadly well-accepted statement. The thing
My friends,
is that once that
I am in your debt.
Policy, you have a problem where, government don't know much about video games.
Think nothing of it.
I would say
Your wounds are healing well, I trust.
That's because the game has been really bloody good, and it has been on me to enjoy that game
Some wounds
responsibly.
do not heal.
The only thing inherently addictive about the game is that it's really good. And I would not trust a big government institution, ministry or whatever, to be able to make that decision for me. I don't think that's really what should be going on. Now, Xinhua news agency, which is
the founding,
state media,
the scriptures, 1,000 years of lies, all to deceive the common man.
Tighten examination of the contents of games obscene and violent content, and those breeding
Nay, our own
unhealthy
brothers and
tendencies
sisters!
such as
For the
money
blood of
worship
the Knights
and
12 flows within all our veins.
Feminist
You knew
together?
this to be true.
Oh, right. So
You
that's
knew
just
and you concealed it.
No soft boys in video games.
Correct.
Damn. Well, I guess if Anduin Riddance suddenly becomes really jacked in World of Warcraft and just becomes
I
a
should be
hardcore
interested
fucker, no
to
way.
hear how you came
Yeah,
by
I
this
mean, that
knowledge.
is they
But
part of
yes,
this whole movement
you have the
included
right
that
of it.
specific ban, where they've said, okay, media agencies in China, you're not allowed to show anyone that we consider too effeminate. So it's a counter against like the kind of the aesthetic of the K-pop.
The architects of Ishgard, King Thordan and his knights 12, entrapped and butchered the great worm, Ratatoska, that they might partake of her eyes and thereby transcend their mortal
It's the
limits.
sort of thing like, I'll admit to not, like
Upon learning of their treachery, Nidhogg was consumed with a murderous and justified rage.
do
I
not
dare say you
get
know
your
what followed.
personal, enjoyment of certain types of media.
The great worm
Because
slew
often
the
people are
king
like,
and half
oh,
of his
yeah,
knights.
Wow, I didn't think the CCP would be so based.
Aye, but Nidhogg was subdued,
that is
and his
fucking
eyes
stupid
plucked
thing,
from their
because
sockets by
you
the
have to
knights
think
that
about this in
remained.
terms of principles. This is the government taking an opinion.
Their one mistake
on
was to show mercy.
basically art,
For from his brother
and saying,
Hreisvelger
what
did
they do and
Nidhogg
do not
receive a
want to be
new
going on.
eye,
That
thus
is
rejuvenating his form and empowering him to
cannot
embark
happen.
upon an eternal quest for
Right?
vengeance.
Because the same thing that would allow them to do this would allow them to change something else, maybe something that you like. So this is a sort of thing where if
Thus
you
was the
are,
first
let's just
Azure
say,
Dragoon
you're
born,
loving Rambo,
and ever
really
since
what
that
you like
time,
is just
his
sort of
honored
classic
successors
alpha,
have
it's
risen
like
to
alpha
drive
male
Nidhogg
stereotype.
from our
It's like,
lands
even if you
whenever
like
the
that and
worm
you
has
see the
returned to
K-pop,
plague us.
aesthetic and think, oh, that's not good, I don't like that, I don't want my son seeing that sort of thing. You still need to stand together with your K-pop brothers and sisters, because
I ask you, my son,
the shit that will be going
will
against
you
them
answer
one
for
day
my
will
sins?
probably be used against you.
Will your
That's
son
why
and
you
his
don't-
son
you
answer
can't be
for me
thinking
as
just,
well?
This is my personal opinion, and I like this, I don't like this. You got to think in terms of what are the foundational principles that we actually
What
abide
do you
by
mean?
and want to operate within. And I think that in terms
If
of
a man
the
cannot
basic
atone for his
that's
sins in the course of his all too fleeting life,
I
must
hate
his
that.
progeny then be held to account?
It's terrible.
It is
Must
not
every
the role of government
subsequent
to
generation be judged as well?
in the realms of art and in the realms of creativity. In the realms of literal crime, sure. But you have to
Thorin's
make sure
betrayal of Ratatoska was an unconscionable, unforgivable sin.
And what happens? Yeah, it's so fucking totalitarian. and
Should
disgusting.
we
What
then,
happens over time?
as his
Because there's
descendants,
lots of countries
meekly
that
surrender
say,
ourselves to an
look at
eternity
this,
of punishment?
Well, fuck. What if you are an effeminate male in this country? I mean,
Nay,
God,
say I.
And then you look
I
at
would
a
not
lot of
see our
countries
children
like,
sacrificed
imagine being
in a
an effeminate male
vain
in Russia.
attempt to appease an implacable
Or,
foe.
Something like that, right? Where there is
Dragons
massive
are not like
discrimination
us, my son.
against like
To they who live forever, the wrongs of antiquity are as
Right, it's
those of
terrible.
yesterday.
It's terrible. That shit can't
No
happen.
reparations
And,
shall
government will wield
ever
its power in that
suffice.
way.
This
It's
fact
basically not
alone
one you
should
trust
serve as ample
forever, but,
justification for our actions.
Yeah, so
Yet
basically
some
it's like, honestly,
refuse to
if
see
you
it
come
as such.
for our
For men like you,
soft K-pop
who yearn
boys,
to commit
rebellion.
themselves to a nobler
Rebellion,
cause,
that's it.
a more
Try to shut down
compelling
BTS. Well,
narrative
it's time
is
to get
required.
pitchforks, because the same powers are going to shut down BTS. Whether you like
This
them or
is
not.
your
a lot of people
solution.
love them and more
This
power
is
to
how
them.
you
I mean,
protect
in
our
fairness,
people.
like,
You have given us a lost cause, a death sentence.
And they do so gladly.
Probably
Highborn and lowborn alike are proud to serve,
of the
to
K-pop.
fight
But
and
then
die
even
for
at
their
that,
country.
Why does the government get to define what that is? This is insane.
And what would
I
you
guess
say
I
to
just
them?
bring up the point in that way
What would
because
you
there-
tell the
I just
wives
thought
who
there
have
might be a
lost
bit of a
their
reaction
husbands?
Of,
The mothers
I
were-
don't like that. Back in the day, He-Man was He-Man.
Over the
and
course of
all
a
this,
1,000
family
years,
stuff.
countless men
I
have
get there could
donned
be a lot of
these
people who would,
robes,
maybe, see
and
that
every
think,
one
oh,
of
well,
them
how
came
based
to accept the necessity of this solution.
do whatever you want,
Once,
but, like,
I hoped you might come
well,
to
strip that
accept
back
it
and
as
think
well.
about what's actually going on, and what's actually going on is fucking horrible.
For sure.
That's insane. And even if you remove this from just the artistic side, the likes of this from a cultural perspective, like This may as well greenlight.
Do not despair, my son.
This may as well greenlight.
Soon I shall free us from the sin and bring about the change you so fervently desire.
You know, you got a gay fella in China, and he was maybe a bit more effeminate, and you know their classmates or people see the government.
If he has spoken with others, I would have their names. Escort him to a cell and question him.
Unhealthy tendencies like money worship and effeminacy.
Your Eminence.
I mean, are people going to feel like, oh, I guess government-sanctioned bullying? The government literally said bully effeminate people. No, they haven't, but they may as well have by saying that this is not what we want in art.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm aghast at this. Completely aghast at this. This is awful.
I mean, to hammer the point home a little bit better, that was directly from the Xinhua news agency, from the South China Morning Post. The way they say it is, in addition, video gaming companies were directed to cleanse their video games by removing what authorities described were the
You saw something, did you not?
set of values, end quote, including worshipping money and gay love. They were also reminded not to.
So this is the power of the Echo.
Young people do not get addicted to games.
Would that it had shown you a finer moment from my past.
The set of values that
'Twas an exercise in futility, as you saw. Faced with the firmity of his conviction and his many ready rejoinders, my words deserted me. To be frank, I am embarrassed to recall it.
A friend once impressed upon me the importance of differentiating between words, deeds, and beliefs. Were he here, I suspect he would judge your father's conviction to be no more than rank self-serving delusion.
I would hope that even at the very least, an actual homophobe would see this.
Even so,
say, well,
I cannot help but wonder what manner of change he...
disagree with it.
I've given some thought to that as well.
Instead of these people who are just going to go
During the battle within the vault, the Heaven's Ward demonstrated strange and unnatural abilities.
Now, obviously...
Aye, the manner in which Sir Zephyrin struck down Lord Horschiffon was unlike anything I've ever seen before.
With that individual's opinion.
The spectacle called to mind King Thordan and his Knights 12 as they are depicted in scripture, holy powers and all.
Mere fabrications, which have become objects of faith.
A horrible amount of, of real life harm.
Seven hells!
I mean, what happens when this is applied across social credit score? What happens when, they
If Lady Iceheart can use her own body as a vessel for summoning, I see no reason why others could not.
You know what, actually, it's time to run some sentiment analysis.
Are the Heaven's Ward truly so reckless?
Or whatever their version of Twitter. To see, oh well, there's
unbelievable.
People making tweets that feel just a little bit effeminate. Enough of that. Down with your social score.
As they fled, my father spoke of Aziz La.
With this evil
Though I know not what he intends, I fear no good shall come of it.
The Communist Party are fucking evil. They are fucking scumbags.
We must find the Heaven's Ward and stop my father before it is too late.
It would be a better fucking world. Absolute fucking rat scumbags. I will never work with them ever. Simple as that. Fuck them. Get fucked. Xi Jinping, I do not want good things to happen to you. Fucking rats. What is this shit?
And if we disappear, you know why.
Yeah, what is this shit? Yeah, you may as well just say, hey, by the way, we hate the gays, we support people in our country hating the gays, and we're just trying to remove it all from media. You may as well fucking say that. I mean, you've got all your state-run media saying that shit.
I mean,
never mind that, of course, they're also literally doing a genocide right now, and all the crazy shit that's going on in the South China Sea. Yeah, international rules, no problem. What the fuck are these jokers doing?
They're doing what everyone's letting them do, trampling more and power across the world.
Yeah, and then even fucking things like, because they're trying to, of course, turn their population into useful lemons as much as they can, which means that there's a Tibetan flag inside the latest Life is Strange game, and we got a whole bunch of review bombs being all this shit about Tibet. It's like, fuck off. I'm not going to put a Taiwanese flag in one of our games where it doesn't make sense, obviously, because that would be letting shit, interfere our art incorrectly. But, I mean, goddamn, if there ever is a reason for anything we do to cover that region, we will absolutely be referring to Taiwan as the independent nation that it is. I mean, fucking hell, it makes me sick to see Western countries fucking kowtow to all this shit. But fascinating. Hate it. And that's the thing. The more that you support what this party does, well, Well, you're supporting what they do. And, you know, as an example, I think about companies like Apple. And it's like, how the fuck, Apple, can you be doing all of, you know, like you open up your phone and like, I'm fairly sure they know that I'm a man. But, you know, one of the first things they show me is her, like a lesbian dating app. So it's like, right, over here in this market, you're going to be like, you know, putting, you know, prominent, featuring for stuff like that. So is that your company's principle? Because yeah, if so, yeah, good, fair enough. We should be. But oh wait, you're more than happy to go into China, a country that now is, you know, calling all of these things like unwanted behavior and unwanted elements of culture. Wow, what fucking rats. And this is the bit where, you know, I will throw off. There is a point in covering stories like this where I think it's good, you know, for me to just throw off all pretenses of it being a journalistic thing and to say that, look, you obviously know my biases here. I've called them rat scum multiple times in this video because that's what they fucking are. So if that means that it's no longer a journalism and it's now a punditry, then I'm happy for it to be that because fuck them. Yeah, so it's going to be really fun whenever Gamescom is back in person because like I had like a brief little meeting with NetEase once, which I thought was like, I was like, oh well, this is not where I thought I would be. It was purely because it was like a networking dinner that, you know, we were invited to, they were all invited to, and it's just the sort of thing where it's like, I don't know, it's hard to look at a representative of a company that would subjugate itself to these rules in the eye and be like, you're not working for the bad guy.
Yeah.
Right? Because like if it, like, I'll make it very clear, if you are supporting the, you know, the regulations and principles put forth by a regime that is, you know, basically saying purge effeminacy from everything, like you're working for the bad guy. It's just that simple. I try not to reduce things and make them simple, but pretty fucking cut and dry. So yeah, anyway, again, to be extremely clear, this is criticism of a party. This is not criticism of a people. Right? So, you know, there are some people, and they do take these criticisms of a party and of policy, and then they use that to fuel racism. That's obviously terrible. Please try to keep that front of mind, that you're not doing that, and you're not judging people by their immutable characteristics.
Yeah, I mean, it's fundamentally a criticism of political policy, as opposed to a criticism of anything about China.
That said, there are these weird fucking lemmings who seem, you know, they take me saying this and say, oh my god, I can't believe you're doing this and being, you know, racist. It's not that. No, it's like, fuck this party and its policy.
Yeah.
That's all. That's literally, that is what it is, nothing else. So, yeah, there you go. There you go. That's that. Yeah, we're going to cover this shit, and even if it doesn't get the views, and even if it's not super popular and stuff like that, because, you know, fuck it. Should be. Anyway, right, I don't know if I've got too much else to say, other than, I don't know, focus on this stuff, shit.
Yeah, certainly feels a bit pointless to try and loop it back around to video games.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, just that, you know, try to live by your principles as best you can. That's it from us. Bye! Hope you enjoyed this fun excursion onto YouTube. Yeah, actually, bye.
to the northern reaches of the Sea of Clouds, where countless isles yet remained uncharted. In search of a mysterious land known as Azizlar, and the unmasked villain who sought to claim its secrets. Oblivious to the new threat which followed in their wake, they came.
Another hardware news recap for the week. It's been a crazy week. We ran our PlayStation 5 thermal testing piece earlier this week, and we worked with Digital Foundry on that. So we're going to talk briefly about some of that now that we've gotten past the major publishing of it. And we'll also be going over a couple of other things, like Minis Forum responding to our HX90 review, indirectly responding. And it involved wireless ESD wrist straps, by the way. So we've got that to talk about, too. We'll also be going over the Apple versus Epic Games ruling that's come to a close. Some Intel NUC-based laptops as a bit of a change. Interesting news on TPMs as well and how it interacts with anti-cheat software now, and a couple of other things. Before that, this video is brought to you by Crucial and its Crucial X6 portable SSD. We use these external SSDs all over the office for rapidly transferring games and files between systems. The X6 comes in 500 gigabytes, 1 terabyte, 2 terabyte, and 4 terabyte capacities with USB-A or USB Type-C for the cable. For a high-speed and high-capacity external drive from Crucial, click the link in the description below. So for the first one, just talking about some of the Digital Foundry collaboration and the PS5 content, we're going to talk about some of the behind the scenes and what we've learned from it. But if you want to see the actual results of the testing, please just pause this video and go check out our PS5 thermal testing. It's not the old one from last year. We did a revamped look at thermals for the PS5 using more advanced methods for thermocouple wiring and testing. It was a lot of fun and very educational for us as well. But you can check that out on the channel. Definitely go give it a view because it was about a week of nonstop work for us to pull that together. And then on Digital Foundry's side, they did a piece looking at the gaming performance of it. So this was actually really important for us because technically we can do gaming performance analysis of consoles, but they are clearly very advanced at it. They're set up for it to do it quickly and competently, and it made a lot of sense to work with Digital Foundry on this. So what we asked them to do on their side was to send us a short video clip we could include in our video, and it's in there if you want to see it. And then we sent them one from our side of things, and it was cool because we got to basically get confirmation from Digital Foundry before we committed really hard to the thermal testing that the gaming performance is the same. And this was important because if versus last year there was any advancement at all in the PlayStation 5's performance, we needed to be aware of that because that would affect the thermal results, at least to some extent, or minimally it would affect the efficiency of the console in terms of, you could call it maybe a performance per watt metric. So we needed to know that. That's what they handled. They did a great job of it. Definitely check out their video if you haven't already. It has good pacing. It's executed well. It's scripted well. So I really enjoyed watching their video. As for some of the what we learned and things of that nature, so it was a nightmare wiring the consoles. The PlayStation 5, this actually thin in front of me is all the screws from one or two of them. And just to get the base plate off, I don't know how well you can see that, but it's that many screws. Didn't count them, probably should have, but it's got to be, the total screw count's got to be pretty close to 60 on this thing, if not a little above that. But anyway, take it apart and reassemble it. You're dealing with hundreds of screws between multiple consoles. It's a huge pain. But the things we learned were to do with thermocouple wiring. So I feel like personally I've really improved with my accuracy of how I place the thermocouples, how I route them. We started doing stuff like stripping down the wires to make them thinner, things like that. And so it was actually really useful to do this testing. Even if you don't watch the PlayStation piece, we still learn things that will benefit when you watch maybe a GPU thermal test or something in the future from us. Another thing that I really wanted to learn while working on this was focusing on sort of the thermal pads as we disassemble and reassemble things. It's easy to measure the height of a thermal pad after you take a device apart, but we don't really necessarily know the compression of what it came down from. And so some of the testing we did was reassembling it with some thermal pads that we knew to be very similar to what Sony used, and checking the compression, sort of the before and after installing the plate. How much did it change? And we used that so that we could better understand what pads to replace things with in the future. And it's all it's really useful stuff. I feel like we advanced our testing processes a lot. We started using different thermocouple readers for it, so we can log more channels. We're actually looking at thermocouple readers that can do 16 channels or more for the future as well. So we advanced our equipment, our methodology, and felt pretty good about what we learned from the piece, even though realistically probably will not make money on that piece. Actually, basically guaranteed we won't make money on that piece in a really direct sense, like the Google AdSense plus the ad we embedded, that's not going to pay for all the work that went into it because it was a week. Obviously, we see value in it from a learning standpoint and from it's good for the channel overall. There's long-term benefit. So not complaining, really happy with how it came out. It'll benefit us ultimately regardless, and it was fun to work on. Plus, it opens the door for more stuff with Digital Foundry in the future. I really want to work with them on a couple of other console ideas that I've got. So check out their video. They did a fantastic job with pacing the flow of the information, and Richard did a good job of, in the here and now, showing their bespoke testing methodology. So check that out. Otherwise, we'll link below if you want to see it. But let's move on to some news items. Okay, so up first, the Minis Forum HX90 response. Minis Forum posted its own video after we posted our review, and then less than a day later, Der Bauer, or Rowan, posted his own review on his channel, and he split off his content into a separate English channel as well. If you want to check out his review of it, we'll link it in our show notes below. But we had basically the same problem, where they decided to send their device, which was advertised as having liquid metal, to the literal king of liquid metal, who's been working with liquid metal on D-Lib CPUs since it's been a thing. So anyway, they sent it to him. They decided that would be a good idea, and he opened it, found no liquid metal, which is what they advertised on the SoC, and then he also found issues with it kind of spattered around. Both of us had the assumption that they maybe pre-tested it, said we can't figure out how to get it to work properly because it does take some skill to do liquid metal properly, and then they decided to just repaste it and send it to reviewers that way instead. That's what Roman and we assumed. So they posted a video. Their video basically shows how they do assembly of the product, how they apply the liquid metal, and indirectly responds to some of the problems that Der Bauer and GN had with the Mini Forum HX90. You can check out our review of that earlier in the week if you want to see it. Now, right away, as we were scrubbing through the video, we saw that one of the people on the assembly line was wearing a wireless anti-static wrist strap. That's right, one of the ones that connects you to ground through space, through the cosmos. So this is already concerning, especially when we question the technical competence of the company to begin with, when they then respond to your questioning of their competence with a video that includes a wireless grounding device. It just makes us question it more. So anyway, if you don't believe us that wireless anti-static wrist straps do not in fact ground your static electricity potential to Earth via the air, then you can also feel free to read NASA's research article on it, where, yes, NASA used government resources to prove something that should already be obviously fake, which is wireless grounding devices. Anyway, that's pretty well understood at this point. Not a big deal in terms of how the product is built, but certainly makes us question just about everything. Moving on, Roman, a materials engineer, decided to take a look at the carbon fiber claims as well. He took heavy issue with the carbon fiber claims. We talked about it a little bit, where Minis Forum talked about how there's carbon fiber in their chassis. We didn't do a super scientific test, but it didn't seem true. And Minis Forum's response is basically, technically there's carbon fiber in there. It's plastic imbued with some amount of carbon fiber. At the end of the day, as we said in our video, it doesn't actually matter if it's carbon fiber or not, because it's stupid and it's a marketing point that adds no value to the product, because who cares? It's a computer. It's not going around a racetrack. So Roman talked about that a bit as well. We talked about it. They've responded. The main thing seems to be Minis Forum is saying, look, we can apply liquid metal. We do in fact know how to do this, despite the fact that on GN's unit there was a clear liquid metal spray around the outer perimeter of the fan, showing that it had at some point gotten into the fan and then been splattered around the walls like a scene from a horror movie. So they've shown a mounting device that they're using to assemble the Minis Forum PC. It does actually look like a pretty good solution, where they're mounting and securing the PCB, the motherboard, into one tray, and then they use another tool to secure the cooler, and they mount them to each other with a hopefully refined mechanical process. And the reason this is important, rather than doing it purely by hand, is because liquid metal can be watery, especially if applied indirectly, but it'll move around a little bit. So if there's too much human involvement in the process, it's possible that the liquid metal application becomes perfect. But we assume, as many knows, because they clearly tried to apply it to our unit in Roman before throwing the towel in the thermal base instead. A couple of other things too. Minisforum noted that it has changed the screws in the underside to Phillips head instead of Torx security screws. Torx screws we're actually fine with. It's the security side of it that becomes a problem. Now, security screws are not that hard to get. You can buy them just like any other screwdriver. But the problem with it is the device intrinsically has to be open because it's sold as a bare bones kit. So you have to install memory and a drive in order to use it. And adding an extra step where the customer gets the product in, then realizes they can't use it. They have to order a certain size security Torx screwdriver, and yes, you may have one, and that makes you better than everyone else in the comments, but a lot of people don't have those on hand. It's an extra step that isn't really necessary for a device which must be open. So they've changed that to Phillips head. That's at least an improvement from security Torx, which would have been fine, so that's fine. We noticed some weird comments in support of Minisforum on their video and on our video and on Roman's video that had the same spelling mistake in all of the comments, and it makes us pretty suspicious. So the comments would say, they would use the phrase split for the liquid metal mess, which doesn't make any sense. It's not the word you use for that. Where it would talk about liquid metal splitting, which is, it makes us a little bit suspicious when that same comment of support is posted multiple places under different names, but kind of leave that suspicion there. It's possible multiple people are making the same English mistake, but the word everyone used was spilled or splattered, and so this it was just kind of weird to see that one. Ultimately, sure, maybe Minisforum won't apply liquid metal properly to the devices. They've shown that they have at least the tools to do it. They're using a foam to help with containment. This was Roman's major issue in his video. He knows all about trying to contain liquid metal on devices. He's worked with companies on researching it in the past, and it's a very important thing to do properly. You look at something like a PlayStation 5 where it's got liquid metal on there that's contained very carefully with a huge amount of force, and then foam surrounding it, and tape surrounding the other side. And so Minisforum shows that it has some level of that solution in place. We still have no way of knowing at this point what Minisforum is shipping to customers or what it shipped before our videos, because it had begun shipping around when we posted the review. So we have no reason to take what they say at face value, given the misinformation we've already experienced in the company. Maybe they're starting to ship it with liquid metal, but at this point, we gave them 2 chances, and they screwed up both times in a major way, so we're kind of done with that. All right, let's move on. The Epic Games versus Apple ruling up next. More than a year now, Epic Games and Apple have been fighting a legal battle in the US, and this is similar to a fight that Epic has with Google as well, where Epic's primary issue is, well, it's got 2. The first is Epic doesn't like the 30% cut that Apple gets or Google gets, and the second issue is in-store, in-app payments for the game, accessories, items, DLC, whatever it may be. Here's the quick recap of the court battle and how it ended up getting ruled and decided. It did go all the way to court. It wasn't settled out of court. Apple's iOS store was found to have engaged in anti-competitive behavior under California antitrust laws. Apple has to allow other forms of in-app payment, even ones that would circumvent the 30% revenue cut from in-app transactions. Epic has chosen to appeal the decision rather than doing a victory last year, so it's clear that Epic didn't outright win on its own either. There wasn't a single victor here. They both had outcomes that were favorable in some ways and unfavorable in other ways. So Epic decided to appeal. More to the point, Epic Games CEO Tim Sweeney wasted very little time in expressing his disappointment online about the ruling, stating that Fortnite would only return to iOS, quote, when and where Epic can offer in-app payments in fair competition with Apple in-app payment, passing along the savings to consumers. Also, Fortnite will only be back on the iOS store when Apple allows it to be back, because Epic was also found to be in breach of contract, but they're both holding things over each other. It's hard not to see Tim Sweeney's indignation here as potentially a little bit righteous, where he's arguing that, quote, Epic's fighting for fair competition among in-app payment methods through app stores for 1 billion consumers. Epic clearly lost the court case in some ways here, but the injunction against Apple is also a clear win for consumers, as it's executed anyway. Epic wanted to prove that Apple is a monopoly for its iOS App Store, and the court ruled that it is not an illegal monopoly. It upheld this decision, and that the iOS store structure is legal. So Epic did not win on that point, the one that it really wanted to make. The court also found that Epic explicitly breached its contract with Apple in bypassing Apple's in-app payment system. This was a move that kicked off the entire lawsuit, if you don't remember, and one that Epic subsequently turned into the hashtag free Fortnite publicity stunt. In violating its contract with Apple, that means two things for Epic. One is that Apple was within its full rights for kicking Fortnite off of the App Store, and the second one is that Epic will have to pay Apple's 30% cut for the revenue it earned when it implemented its own payment system retroactively. That would be roughly $3.6 million or so out of the $12.2 million earned that Epic will now owe Apple. It also seems that Apple will be able to keep Fortnite off of the App Store for basically as long as it wants because it was a breach of contract. So even though the court is forcing Apple within the next 90 days to implement and allow other in-app payment solutions, Epic will not be able to benefit from that from Fortnite because it's not on the App Store for extraneous reasons, which in this case would be the breach of contract ruling. So Epic won't be able to enjoy that. It's hard to call it a victory for Epic, at least right now. Presumably Apple doesn't have so much pride that it would disallow Epic from returning to the App Store forever. Maybe they really hate Epic, but they would still make a lot of money from Epic's game being on the App Store, so there's probably some sort of solution that will be reached at some point.
What we seek.
Apple, by the court, was found to be violating certain provisions, though, of California law. One of them was an anti-steering provision where they say that Apple was deliberately hiding information on alternate payment methods and ultimately limiting consumer choice for how to pay for items in-app. And assuming a higher court doesn't get involved as things are appealed by both companies, that means that going forward, Apple will no longer be able to block developers from steering consumers outside of iOS and the App Store for microtransactions that may be done separately. App stores are a veritable money printer for companies like Apple and Google. Apple reportedly pocketed $64 billion in 2020 from its iOS App Store, while Google was reported to have earned more than $11 billion in 2019 from the Google Play Store. In recent years, a number of lawsuits against both companies have cast a spotlight on just how cutthroat Google and Apple are prepared to be in order to protect these lucrative revenue streams, and what measures are taken to lock in customers and developers alike. Now, the iron grip from both of these companies is beginning to fade a little bit in some other countries. So in South Korea, for example, there have already been laws set in place or in motion where legislation now outright bans Google and Apple from forcing developers to use their own payment system. Up next, some interesting future solutions for anti-cheat software where it's starting to look at hardware-level bans that would be functionally perma-bans on a computer. There are some ways around it, but by using TPM 2.0. You've likely heard of trusted platform modules for other reasons, but if not, you've probably heard of it when Microsoft's Windows 11 was in discussion. Microsoft has had a laughably bad PR crusade for Windows 11, and one of those things that was being crusaded over was TPM 2.0 as a requirement. So it received no shortage of controversy following this. That controversy is unlikely to stop anytime soon, depending on what side of the privacy fence you're on. Riot Games recently made it clear that the company will use TPM 2.0 to ban cheaters from its popular tactical FPS game Valorant. By leveraging TPM 2.0, Riot can literally ban confirmed cheaters on a hardware level, not just by account or IP address. Riot has already come under fire for its aggressive approach to anti-cheat in the past. Primarily, it's always on Vanguard, anti-cheat software at the launch of Valorant, which uses kernel-level drivers. And the reason it was controversial when it first launched is because when we say always on, we mean it doesn't matter if the game's launched or not, it's on. With TPM 2.0, Riot will be able to, and Windows 11, Riot will be able to use the RSA key that's generated by TPM to identify and ban machines. And as the burned-in RSA key is unique to each trusted platform module, you would need to secure another trusted platform module. You can get an external device to do this, or basically get a new motherboard unless some other workaround is implemented by the developers of the hacks. So if the RSA key is banned, basically the hardware itself is banned, at least the hardware that has the TPM device. Riot will also require all machines running Windows 11 to enable secure boot. This, in our opinion, is maybe becoming a little bit of an overreach for anti-cheat software once you start requiring specific things to be enabled on the system, but it's their game, so I guess that's what they're going to do. Outside of that, users looking to regain access to the game would be forced to shop for a new motherboard, maybe even a CPU. This approach has already divided parts of Valorant's player base and commentary online. While there are legitimate security benefits to be had with TPM 2.0, it's often a matter of give and take. In the case of anti-cheat and esports titles, giving players enhanced security against cheats and hacks comes at the cost of taking away some degree of user control. And as Extreme Tech aptly points out, it potentially sets a slippery slope precedent or argument in how companies may use TPM 2.0 to invade user privacy. Up next, the 128-core Ampere Ultra Max CPU surfaces. This is Ampere as in not the NVIDIA one, but the company Ampere, so don't confuse it with that. Serve the Home offered up a teaser of Ampere's Ultra Max 128-core CPU. It's the M128-30 that they looked at. Ampere had already announced its Ultra Max lineup of ARM-based CPUs last year, and that would include the flagship SKU topping out at 128 cores. The 128-core Ultra Max M128-30 is what Serve the Home has and is testing. Serve the Home published the full specs for the Ampere CPU they have on hand. We won't go through the full list, but it will be on the screen. Based on what we already know, Ampere's Ultra Max line is a semi-custom ARM CPU based on ARM's Neoverse N1 architecture, and it's aimed at the server market, one of the few markets left where ARM has yet to gain a massive foothold. As we've said before, Ampere's Ultra Max shares a lot in common with Amazon's custom Graviton 2 chip, except one key difference is that people who aren't Amazon can also get the Ampere solution. Ampere Computing previously stated that samples for its Ultra Max line were expected to ship in Q4 of late 2020, so it's a little bit delayed. The importance of these images from Serve the Home are to confirm that samples have at this point shipped, and that silicon appears to be heading to market, though perhaps a bit delayed. Up next, the GeForce Now leak that suggests a lot of game titles that may or may not exist. They can't really confirm it right now. So according to a recent data dump from Igor July, a C++ programmer and self-proclaimed reverse engineering enthusiast, the GeForce Now database is housing a slew of extremely interesting game titles, some of which, again, may or may not exist. Likely, some of these are placeholders for games that may have existed in some form, but maybe no longer do because they've been scrapped. Others on the list are more believable, like God of War for PC, for example. We can assume that many of these are titles for internal testing purposes by NVIDIA and its partners as well, and whether or not they come out is still unknown. So July managed to peel open the GeForce Now database through a series of very specific steps, which have now been patched by NVIDIA to prevent future leaks. NVIDIA was very quick to note that no confidential game builds, as in the source code, and no personal user information was exposed in this leak. It doesn't sound like it was your usual account hacking or exploit scenario, but rather one of getting a list of games coming out through the database. The steps included some interesting API trickery through GeForce GraphQL and the editor, and what it found was thousands of database entries for a variety of games. We'll show the Reddit thread on screen, and we'll link it in our show notes document that compiles some of the more interesting placeholders, but they include the likes of Chrono Cross Remaster, a Final Fantasy Tactics Remaster, a Final Fantasy IX remake, a Resident Evil 4 remake, GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas remasters, and even Crysis 4. Go figure, in a video where we talk about Digital Foundry, Crysis comes up, naturally. We've now completed the trilogy of all the Digital Foundry memes. Additionally, there were entries for Final Fantasy VII and a remake on PC, which Square Enix has previously announced was already coming to PC, so that one's known, as well as an entry for a PC version of the PS4 version of God of War. July further spotted GameCube and Wii emulators, the Dolphin emulator specifically, along with the Wii exclusive Super Mario Bros. For Wii, which is what makes us a little suspicious of some of these entries, but if it happens, it would be a major move. As ever, information with a grain of salt. Some of this does look very believable, though. NVIDIA, of course, had something to say. It posted a comment online saying, quote, NVIDIA is aware of the unauthorized published game list with both released and or speculative titles used for only internal tracking and testing. Inclusion on the list is neither confirmation nor an announcement of any game. NVIDIA took immediate action to remove access to the list. No confidential game builds or personal information were exposed. Star Citizen in the news now for some UK legal controversy. The UK's Advertising Standards Authority has smacked Cloud Imperium Games over Star Citizen and specifically how it markets in-game items that it's selling. Cloud Imperium, the developer and publisher of Star Citizen, run by Chris Roberts, whom we've interviewed actually several times in the past, frequently sells in-game content as a means of funding outside of traditional crowdsourcing and outside of its external investments it may collect. The problem, however, according to the ASA, is that these items technically don't exist. They're concepts. Cloud Imperium often sells in-development ships that user can buy or pledge to, yet marketing communications such as emails don't clarify that these ships don't actually exist. The ASA looked into the matter after a Reddit user filed a complaint over how Cloud Imperium handles the marketing of such in-game concepts. Eurogamer subsequently verified the complaint and spoke with the ASA. After investigation, the ASA, quote, assessed and considered that the fact the ship was a concept product could have been made clearer. To that end, Eurogamer reports that the ASA has issued a warning to Cloud Imperium. Quote, on that basis, we issued an advice notice advising the advertiser in the future to ensure that its ads include any material information and significant limitations. Eurogamer reports that the warning seems to have gotten the right attention, as Cloud Imperium Games has updated its advertising claims and its emails to now include keywords like concept and in development, so they've heard the complaint. As a reminder, Star Citizen is 8 years removed from its announcement date and has raked in more than $300 million in funding. It is releasing in modules, piece by piece. We haven't looked at it in a few years, but we actually used to do a lot of interviews and coverage of Star Citizen back in the early days. And I actually remember when crowdfunding hit $800,000, and I thought on the editorial side, we've missed the boat. There's no point reaching out to them. All the coverage it's going to ever get will have been gotten by now. That was $300 million ago, so well, 299 or so. So we're wrong on that one. But we have a lot of content on it if you're into the game. We haven't covered it in quite a while. Actually, personally, I'm not too sure on where Star Citizen stands today. If you play it, I'd be curious to hear from you in the comments how you feel about the game now, if you're happy with where it is, and sort of the level of playability it's in, because the last time I think we did the CitizenCon several years ago, and that was about the last time we talked with the team about it because they changed PR agents. Z690 is next. It's possible that Intel has gotten tired of us making fun of its presentations and has decided instead to leak all of its information to the public through channels that don't involve them getting on camera and saying things in general.
And wow, it has been fun.
Or it's just normal leaks. Either way, the big item in the story is there's a block diagram now for the upcoming Z690 motherboards. Those would be for Alder Lake, which will be LGA 1700, so that's a revamp as well. The leaked image comes from Performance Computing Inquisitor, who don't themselves cite a source. According to the image, many things will stay the same from Z590 to Z690. This isn't too surprising. Intel often keeps a lot of that block diagram the same. Z690 will support and host many of the same Intel technologies. Those would include Optane memory, smart sound, rapid storage, high definition audio, the same display and HDMI support, and things of that nature. As a reminder, the processor supports different things than the chipset. So the processor will have its own PCIe lanes, its own Wi-Fi support, and its own memory or USB support, and then it bridges down to the chipset and the block diagrams where that handles different aspects, like still high-speed I/O, but not as direct communication as the CPU would have. PCIe support on the processor, unsurprisingly and known at this point, moves from Gen 4 to Gen 5, and it's on 1x16 or 2x8 lanes. PCIe support on the chipset moves from 24 lanes of Gen 3 on Z590 to 12 lanes of Gen 4 and 16 lanes of PCIe 3.0. These can be remapped to some extent by motherboard makers. They're not really meant to handle graphics that would come from your CPU. Other upgrades include Wi-Fi support for 7AX to 11, as well as the existing support for Intel Wi-Fi 6E. Ethernet PHY gets a boost as well from 2.5 to 5 gigabit. USB support will also change. We're not going to read it out to you because USB names are horrible, but you can see some of the differences on the screen. The most interesting part of the block diagram right now is the DDR support. We already knew that Intel Alder Lake would be the first enthusiast CPUs to support DDR5. The leaked block diagram shows that Z690 will be able to support DDR4 and DDR5, and this is where the block diagram looks like a plausible leak. It coincides with a second leak, this time from serial leaker Komachi and Saka, who dug up an Asus ECC filing listing 16 motherboards, and those are in Asus's normal lineup of gamer E-words like Hero, Extreme, and of course, Asus Top. Either way, that's it for this one. Thanks for watching as always. Subscribe for more. You can go to store.gamersnexus.net or patreon.com/gamersnexus to help us out directly. Check out the PlayStation 5 content we did and Digital Foundry did. We'll see you all
I
next
have
time.
long been of the opinion that those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of them. My sister fought for her convictions and for those she held dear. So do I. So must we all.
Hey Red Wings fans, welcome to this training camp preview presented by Huntington Bank. I'm Carly Johnston, joined by the wonderful Art Ragnar.
Well, thank you there, Carly. I appreciate that.
We just wrapped Prospects Camp, so we're going to get a little bit of a preview of main camp. A lot of excitement surrounding training camp here at Center Ice Arena in Traverse City. As always, it's been an absolute blast to be up here and see all the fellas back in Traverse City after a year off due to COVID. But I do want to talk about main camp and who you are most excited to see, Art.
Well, I really think it's going to sound weird, and you know, as eager as I am to see all the prospects, and competition is the main word at this coming training camp, and I think for the foreseeable future with the way Detroit is drafted and some of the moves that Steve Yzerman has made. But I really am eager to see Dylan Larkin and Tyler Bertuzzi, because they're coming off very serious injuries. Dylan with his neck and Bertuzzi with his back. I just want to see how they ease back into it. And because they're both very, very important. Obviously, Dylan, the captain, and we saw what happened when Bertuzzi went out and only played 8 games last year. How difficult it was for the Red Wings to get any kind of offensive momentum going.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to go kind of on the opposite end of the ice, I guess. I'm going to go between the pipes with Alex Nedeljkovic. He was a Calder Trophy finalist with a .932 save percentage. So I'm really excited to see what he and Thomas Greiss and that goaltending tandem can do. But I also kind of want to talk about a bit of a returner, someone who wasn't at training camp last year being in Europe, but was the previous year, Rick Sider. I mean, come on. So much potential there.
Sid, it's no use.
Was voted best defenseman in the SHL, so we know he's developed since we've seen him last, so I'm really excited to see him in a Wicklow sweater.
Everybody really wants to see what Mo's going to do. Since the moment Steve drafted him, it's like everything that has been thrown Moritz Sider's way, he has responded, and he's responded well. Swedish Defenseman of the Year, the World Championships last year, he was the Defenseman of the Year. You know, he's wise beyond his years. He's really, really competitive, and you know, that's a really, really good choice. But you know, maybe it's me. My expectation level for Mo Sider is so high that I'm not eager to see him. I just expect him to walk out on the ice and be great. And I'm sure that Steve Yzerman is going to kick me in the keister for saying that. You know, and the way the Red Wings have treated their prospects over the years, I don't think that they're not going to give him anything too much too soon, but he appears that he's able to handle everything.
So I want to talk a little bit about position battles here. Who is going to be the top 6 defenseman for the Red Wings coming out of camp?
Well, you know, that's a really tough one because you're absolutely right, Carly. They have on the left side, and I actually wrote this down just so I make sure I remembered. Nick Leddy, Danny DeKeyser, Mark Stahl, and Jordan Osterley from Dearborn Heights. Great family. I love those people. And then on the right side is Hronek, Stetcher, Gus Lindstrom, and Mo Sider. The thing that's interesting is the left side, they're all they're 30 years old and plus. Right. Osterley is like 29. They're veterans, and then everybody else on the other side, except for Stetcher, is about 27, 28 right now. They're 23 and younger. So you're going to have a nice mentoring ship. I don't know. I think the top 6 is going to be hard because they have legitimately 8 solid defensemen who can play in the NHL. So it's a good problem to have. But I would say that definitely Sider's going to be paired with probably, I would say, Nick Leddy, who I'm really eager to see, Danny DeKeyser and Philip Hronek, and then Stetcher and Stahl were always a good combination, and that would leave Lindstrom and Osterley, but both of those guys have proven that they belong in this league too, so it's going to be a lot of fun to see how it all breaks down, those top 6.
Absolutely. Steve Yzerman always says there are jobs to be had on this Detroit Red Wings team, and we talk about that. I want to mention that fourth line center position
to the industry of the oligarchs.
Would
And
slide
we can
right
be
in
all
there
but
and
certain
be
that the
able to
Archbishop and
continue
his
that
crew.
ball rolling on that fourth line.
I guess if I had to, if I were a betting
we were to
man,
join
I
them,
would
we'll
have to
first
say
need
that
to
it's going to
pass
be
through
Mitchell
the Isles
Stevens as the
etheric
fourth
barrier,
line center.
which is,
He made the
alas,
Lightning coming out
more
of camp last year. I was
powerful
talking to
than
Jamie Pusher He was telling me that
As far
you know
as I
he
can
really
gather,
thinks
the
Mitchell's a
barrier
really, really good
mechanism
player.
draws ether
He
from
got
the
hurt
surrounding
last year, so he didn't
environment
play very
and
much for the
polarizes
Lightning, but he
its
did
elemental
make
aspect
the
to
team.
produce what is,
And
in
that
effect,
you know he needs a shot of confidence. I think you know
Seems
coming here,
plain that
winning
without
the
the
job,
Varn's key,
you know being reunited with
attempt to
Steve,
reach the idol
you know
ended.
again a right-hand shot. I think I could see
Alas,
him
the key
being
was careless
the
enough to
fourth
leave
line
without
center,
us.
and
And I don't
I think Mitchell Stevens is going to be a
Master
pretty good
Garland,
find.
based
I
on
do
your
want to talk
experience,
about the new arrivals we'll be having in this Detroit Red Wings organization. Who do you think will have the biggest
in
impact?
the past, we've beaten the one
Well,
we're
who
up
I'm
against
hoping
this
will
time
have the biggest
dwarfs
impact. I
odds
think
we've
Nick Leddy's
encountered
is a
before.
proven pro. He's
The
going to be
enterprise
fine.
simply isn't
The power
large
play is
enough
going to
to-
look considerably better. I'm going to go again off the board a little bit. I'm going to say
I'm
Pew
reminded
Suter
of the
on the
quantity
ice.
needed to
If Pew
nullify
Suter
Leviathan's command
can
of the sea.
fill in that second line center,
veritable
you
mountain
know,
of
play along
crystals
with
that
Robbie
could only be
Fabry, I
borne
think
by
that would
lashing
be,
two galleons
you know, that
together
would
to
be
form a
great.
twin
Maybe
vessel,
Tyler Bertuzzi had the
scarcely
Red
able
Wings
to
top line
propel itself.
of Larkin, Verana, and Zadina.
That said,
But I
we're not
really
without options.
think, as far as newcomers,
Oh.
I'm looking at Alex Tanguay. Number one, it's going to be weird to see him in
We
a
create
Red
a
Wings
ram of
garb,
condensed
you know,
ether and mounted on my
consider
ship.
him to be
Behind
such
the
an,
fence.
There's
you know,
just one problem.
avalanche. Yeah, but he's
I
going to be
don't have the
assistant
figures.
coach. He's in charge of the power
Would that
play.
the Archons
And if
were
Alex
still with
Tanguay
us.
can turn the power play around, and Nick Leddy's going to
But
help there
yesterday
too,
evening,
and Verana,
I
and I mean
chanced
the
to
Red
find
Wings do have
Mistress
some shooters. A
Tatara
healthy
in unusually
Bertuzzi.
high
Let's not forget Robbie Fabry,
Assuming I
who I
understood
think led the Red Wings
An
in
Archon.
5-on-5 goals
Yep.
with 10 last
Truly.
year, and he was hurt quite a bit last
Ha.
year. I think that
Fortune
if
favors the
Tanguay can make
righteous,
that
eh?
power
Well
play
then, let's not waste any time.
competitive,
While you go and look for our
then
missing friend,
I'm
I'll
really
work
eager
on
to see what he
modifying the
does with it.
Enterprise.
So I'm going to say
The hull
Alex
will need
Tanguay.
reinforcing
I like
to
that
bear the
one.
punishment,
That's
not to
good.
mention a mount
That's a
for
good
the ram.
choice because we always look at the players, but
Just you wait,
know
my
you're building
pretty.
from the top down, so
By
you
the
really
time
have
I'm
to look at the coaches as well. Don't forget the Red and White game is Sunday at noon. We will be streaming it, so do not miss out. And thank you so much for joining this training camp preview presented by Huntington Bank. Again, do not miss out on any of the streams we'll be having throughout main camp. You can find that on DetroitRedWings.com and Red Wings social media platforms. Let's go Red Wings!